very good afternoon to one and all as we welcome you here to the Barnlara Cricket Academy for day 4 of this encounter between the TNT Red Force. This is, of course, the West Indies Cricket Championships here at the Barnlara Cricket Academy, where the TNT Red Force having their picture taken. The combined campuses and colleges had theirs a moment ago. And the TNT Red Force will be hoping that just as they're all smiles here for these photos, that they will be smiling when it's all said and done later on this evening. That's because the combined campuses and colleges who were trailing by 282 runs on first innings after they were asked about a second time. Remember, they put TNT in and the home team mustered 504 for 6 declared and then bowled out the CCC for 222 with Jeremiah, the captain, getting 60 and leg spinner Yannick Carrier, the pick of the bowlers, with 3 for 26, 2 for 24 to Joshua James, 2 for 56 Brian Charles and 2 for 50 to Carrie Pierre. Asked to follow on, 282 behind. The pair of Johan Jeremiah and Damel Evelyn put on 73 for the first wicket. That's before Jeremiah was caught by Charles off the bowling of Pierre at slip for 29. So 73 for 1. Now it's 90 for 1. And that's because Avinash Mahabir Singh has played very positively. In fact, he uncorked a sweep shot that went for 4 runs. Took everybody by surprise as a night watchman. And Evelyn is on 46 not out, eyeing a half century to be second at this level. But I'm sure he will probably want to go beyond that if possible. But here is the TNT Red Force. And if there are any positives is that they might think that only one team could win this game, and that would be them. It would be incumbent upon the CCC to wipe off the required runs and then hand the TNT Red Force a sizable target to chase. All of that within 90 overs today. But we wait to see how this game progresses. Carrie Pierre is going to pick up the attack for TNT. So there's the scoreboard, 504 for 6, 222. And asked to follow on 90 for 1 in their second innings. Evelyn on 46. Jeremiah, the captain, played well for his 29. Carrie Pierre with the only wicket to fall, 1 for 8. So he is going to pick up the attack almost immediately. They still trail by 192 runs, so they have some work to do here if they are to pull off a surprise, if you want to call it that, when it's all said and done. So a nicely poised game. So we wait to see what happens. Here's Carrie Pierre. And immediately he is online. So just the one slip on the forward short leg. And nice breeze. You could see the Pierre's shirt fluttering in the breeze. So with that wind coming across, I would imagine the open side of this velodrome or this stadium, he would probably get a nice drift in towards the right-hander, but can he pitch it and take it away from him? And that's a beauty of a delivery. Bowled a couple yesterday, beat everything. And as we've said time and again, those deliveries, while they look good, invariably they do not get wickets. All they do is create panic in the minds of the batsmen and give the bowlers encouragement. Here we go again. Pierre again drifting that one. You could see it going towards the leg stump as it picked up in the breeze. And another one just angling into that leg stump. And Evelyn doing the smart thing, not trying to go across the line of the ball, trying to play it with a straight bat. And right on the back foot, covering the stumps, almost on the stumps, and giving himself as much time as possible to see what the ball is doing on pitching. It's the end of the first over. Maiden still 90 for 1. So it's going to be Yannick Carrier who is going to pick up the attack from the southern end for the first time in this game. I've always said that I think I prefer him bowling at this end, and with that breeze blowing from left to right across the ground, it should make for very interesting lines from him, because the breeze will probably push the ball towards slip, and he could probably spin and turn it back in with the googly or take it further away with the leg break. So it's going to be Avinash Mahabir Singh, who's on 5. Came in as the night watchman last night. And to his credit, he shaved very well. Didn't seem overawed by the conditions or the proceedings. And while I was coming up in the car to the ground, I know Liverpool were 2-0 leaders. Again, just angling this one. Going to get a couple of runs here. Might even get a boundary. Yes, you got 4 runs. From the time it started to go down the hill, it started picking up pace. Good signs from us here, boys. Sign the spinner right here, boys. Good signs from us here, boys. And a nice boundary to get off the mark. First runs for the day, a boundary. Ominous signs for CCC. So a great opportunity here for any batsman to really put his head down and try and get a good score. Who says the night watchman can't indulge in such platitudes? And here's a good delivery, pitching and bouncing, just going past the off stump. You can see the hands going up in the air. Another good delivery from Carrier, just touching down on a good line. Into work nice and early. I love that. I love that. More runs here. So they're going to get 1. I don't think they'll chance a second. Nice stop. But that brings the over to an end. The second of the morning. It's 95 now for the loss of 1 wicket. So Kari Pierre it is who's going to continue. The bowling to Mahabir Singh. He's edging, and that goes past slip. In fact, it goes to the left of slip, and Brian Charles never got a touch onto it. So that's 4 runs. And I kept making the point that when they position themselves at slip, they seem one day at an angle, almost as if they're watching at the wicketkeeper, when in reality, if he stays maybe just one step to the right of the wicketkeeper, because when the wicketkeeper kind of positions himself behind the stump as if to collect the ball, he invariably is going to be moving to his left. So that means that there will be more space between the slip and the keeper, and that's exactly what happened there. The ball passed in that space because he was so wide. So a chance goes by there for Trinidad and Tobago. It's now 99 for 1. That would have been the perfect start for them. So it's almost as if to say he has to start the process all over again. Trying to play it and missing completely. So Pierre, probably not the peak of his form right now. It just doesn't seem to really give the ball the tweak that he used to. That's another one hitting him on the pad. There's a lot of Peely's out. So there was the finger, the dreaded finger went up. Mahabir Singh pushing forward. He goes for 14. And Pierre has the breakthrough. And the TNT Red Force picked their second wicket. 99 now for 2. So you'd have to say Mahabir Singh did the job because he stayed there last night. And here he is coming forward, the ball crashing into the pad. He was covering middle stump, and so it struck him low down. And the only question I suppose he had is whether or not it had done too much to hit the leg stump. But all the same, he is on his way. And that brings the right-handed Sadiki Henry. So Henry comes to the crease now, obviously needing a good score here to try to deny Trinidad and Tobago. So here's Henry with a little bit more pressure being applied. There was a silly mid-off in place. The end of the over, a successful one for Pierre. He now has 2 for 12 from 9 overs. And Damel Evelyn is now going to take center stage as he tries to get past his 50-run total. But more importantly, they're going to need him to bat and bat for a long time. If they are to save this game. We already had a victory for Guyana Happy Eagles and the Leeward Islands. So now the Jamaica Scorpions are also eyeing a victory against the Windward Islands. And Trinidad and Tobago trying their best here to see if they can't finish off the CCC to start their campaign on a winning note. Here is Carrier. Now, I've always said I really like him bowling from this end because of the wind. And so we'll see how he deals with, because I know that Evelyn is sort of prone or almost inclined to want to go straight. I would put the long off in place and take that shot out of the edge, and he's dropped it. Well. He went driving hard at it, and it peeled off a thick outside edge. I think it was Pierre went with his right hand, but the ball was closer, much closer to the man standing at second slip, but he never moved Vikash Mohan, and the ball went, he got a hand to it, but he couldn't hold on. Those would have to stick, really and truly, at that height. Look at how close the ball was to Vikash Mohan's head, but he never really his hands never came up. It's almost like he never intended to go for it. So now the slip on the gully, or the two slips, they go down. There is a forward short leg as well for Trinidad and Tobago. They're hunting wickets here now. Kishav is back with us here, so say good afternoon to you, Kishav.
Good afternoon, Ruskin.
Two chances going down.
Exciting start already.
Yeah. And this one is going to bring him into focus here now. So he gets his 50. Actually, he got the 50 with the boundary because he was on 46, I think it was. But whatever it is, he is on 15 now. It's 103 for 2. Actually, it should be 104 because the boundary would have taken it to 103. So yes, it's 104 now, and he is on to 51. So congratulations to him for his half century. But he could have thrown it all away with that big swipe he had. Luckily for him, it went to hand, but it didn't stick.
But what we've seen from Evelyn in the 2 innings already, the ball has taken the outside edge on quite a number of occasions, but at least he's reached to that half-century mark, and that confidence should carry him forward.
So a lovely little drive. That one is in the gap. That's glorious, and that's 4 runs. What a shot that is. Just came onto the front foot, nice and comfortably, Sadiq Henry, and stroked it into the gap. And you could just see quality in this young man's posture.
Really nice placement as well, Ruskin. The field on the offside. There's a short cover in place, so he had to get it either to the right or left of that fielder, and executed really well, Henry. His first shot and brings up a boundary. So Carrera obviously would not be happy after that drop chance and then conceding 2 boundaries in this over.
Again, probably just starting a little too wide. But, as we talk about bowlers and catching, we saw the Australian women put on a clinic against the English women, 16-0 in the Ashes series. And talk about a blank. Here's another one bouncing in front of Pierre. So it's just not Carrier's way today, because he's doing his part. The batsmen are obliging. Somehow it's just not going to hand, and when it goes to hand, it's not sticking. So it's 108 now for 2 at the end of the over.
Well, that second edge did not carry to Pierre, and the first one did. I mean, of course, his namesake, Carey, he would want to take those catches. He's known to be an excellent fielder, locally known as the ground lizard by some of those cricketing colleagues around.
I'm wondering if, because he's left-handed, if he should go second slip.
And then he could reach the correct, yes.
As opposed to first slip, especially at this end. But he's with the ball now, so everything is left-handed.
And the amount of turn that you saw Correa getting off of the surface, he would encourage those slips to just give themselves enough room as well.
There's another one hitting the edge and going down to third man. So they're finding the edges, and well, it's probably just a signal that they need to strengthen that region and put the protections there. Forget the runs, yeah, but you want to give yourself a chance to take those catches when the edges are found, and they're finding the edge with regularity now.
And they have more than enough runs to play with. CCC still trailing by 173. Based on the surface, you can see that there's definitely something in it for the spinners. But of course, those lost opportunities go into the boundary, so the run still ticking over.
Good line from Pierre. He's probably not getting as much purchase as he did yesterday. Yesterday he bowled a couple that really spun, as did Carrier. Neither one is getting that much turn today. Maybe it's just because they probably put the roller on and they've kind of sort of compact the surface a little bit. But once the sun stays with us, bakes it a little bit, and it gets loose, then you might very well see some subterranean rodents or some other, as you say, the ball turning square, which is what happened in Gaul. And we'll talk about that. Another Australia victory there, 109 for 2 at the end of the over. So I suppose 2 out of 3 ain't bad. The Australian women lost their semi-final in the under-19s. And the women beat England in the test match in the Ashes to sweep the Ashes 16-0 by an innings. Similar thing for the men. They won their game against Sri Lanka by an innings as well, an innings and 242 runs. That's the largest margin of defeat for Sri Lanka, I think, in Sri Lanka.
In a home test.
In a home test match.
And really was an excellent performance from Australia.
And thinking about it, it might be one of the biggest victories for Australia as well. An innings and 242 runs.
Yeah, or even across international test cricket.
It's a huge, huge win. And again, look at the width. Look at where Pierre is standing to where the wicketkeeper is standing. Now, if he's to drive on the onside and that ball takes an edge, let's say it takes a thin edge, and he eludes the keeper, that ball is coming straight in that gap right between them. He really should be about a step to his left. And that's a great shot again. He hit that with real power and gets another boundary.
Almost identical to the boundary in the previous over from Siddiqui Henry. And you can see the class of this pair at the wicket. Evelyn, and this time cashing in. And in the same exact area that Henry hit his cover drive, Evelyn taking the chance this occasion.
And I don't mind that. Like I said, I want him to drive. But again, you want to make sure. I feel Brian Charles should come first slip and let Pierre go second slip. And because I feel Pierre will have a better chance going to his left. It's a good delivery and very late on it.
And when you look at the angle of the two slip fielders in the shot, they're very close to each other as well. So
and they have a gap
between the keeper and the first. Yep. Yeah. So I agree with that in terms of switching the two fielders. And
shifting to the left a little bit.
The only logic that I can think of if they wish to stay that way is Pierre does have a long reach, and then if he goes to his left as he's at first slip, yeah. So that's why I'm thinking maybe he's just giving himself that extra bit of room, knowing that he has long hands, but at the same time, no harm in still taking that step or even a half step across in case the ball comes too quickly to you so you can't react.
And maybe a step in. Yeah, it's a good delivery again. Pitching a little bit of bounce there, but a little too wide. And because I was in slip for a long period, for many years, I would feel first slip. And the thinking or the logic was, you're always going to your right from first slip. You don't want to be going to your left. This one is tickled. going to come close to the boundary, but it won't get there. Pierre again, very athletic in one turn, just a pick up and turn, and limiting the batsman on that occasion to a couple runs. So the end of the over, and at the end of it, it's 115 now, 116 rather, for the loss of 2 wickets.
Karai, we saw him getting a lot of purchase and just varying his liner's length. I think if he can maintain some consistency around that middle and off-stump line, force the batsman to come forward. He has 2 right-handed batters at the crease, and Evelyn and Henry, and just make them come forward and play. You wouldn't mind the shots where they play those drives, because you're encouraging them to play those shots, and then when you vary the lengths, just pull it back a bit, can probably get that outside edge again and get the squadron into action.
So for Pierre, they have taken out the silly mid-off. When Evelyn is batting, I would actually leave him in there, or put him in the gully, because that seems to be the area that is most likely to get a catch or a chance between the first slip and that gully region. So you want to have somebody there to take whatever chance comes their way. There's a beauty, that one goes right through and bowls him. Well. Or is he out LBW? So he might have been given out LBW, but the ball beat the pass inside of the bat. He seemed to be playing for turn, and the arm ball came back at him and struck him low down. So that's the end of Evelyn for a very well played 57. And Pierre doing the damage here. You look at the delivery, curling in, struck him on the pad, and he is plumb in front. I think he knew it from the time the ball hit the pad. He's out now for, it's 116 now. For 3 he goes for a very well played 57.
Well, he ran away celebrating before he even turned to appeal to the umpire. And you saw in retrospect, he did turn, but he already had that smile on his face, Pierre. And rightfully so. When you look at the replay, that ball crashing into the pads of Evelyn and directly in front of the stumps. I don't think there was any question of height nor going down the leg side. Going just into that middle,
roll, yep.
Yeah,
just under the knee roll there.
What you saw with that delivery as well, Ruskin, apart from the natural angle and drift coming in, when it hit the surface, it in fact nipped back just that extra bit. So it could have been use of the surface in addition to that variation from Pierre. We did see, looking at the pitch this morning, there were some mild cracks in or around the surface. Of course, day 4 of this West Indies Championship game, so it's only natural that the pitch would experience some wear and tear. It's still a very good pitch by all means for the batsmen to score runs. The ball will come through, but those subtle variations with the little bit of cracks and footmarks, as you see with the dark spots around, it just goes to show you how it can work in favor of these bowlers.
Yeah, Pierre is taking advantage now. I'm glad to see that they're bringing in the second slip. And so they have a new first step, because Charles has gone to second step. And that's a beauty of a delivery that goes right through it. Again, it struck something. It might have just struck him on the arm as it bounced and went through. But some anxious moments here for Shaqiri Paris. First ball up. Actually hit the pad, but going down leg. Down the wicket he comes, and Pierre saw him coming and dipped it into the pitch and forced him to have to change his plan.
He's trying a different approach, Paris. Yep. Second delivery, advancing down the wicket and seeing what the ball is doing right now. Confident indeed from the young man.
Again, he's advancing down the wicket. And my good friend Leo John always says, youngster, don't come down if you can't go back. That's the thing. So it's the end of the over. 116 for 3. Another successful one for Pierre.
Yeah, well bowled from Pierre indeed. And of course, that wicket would have meant even more to him after the dropped opportunity off of Karaya in a couple overs ago. And of course, being good colleagues on and off the field, they would work in partnerships, and even more so with the bowling. Correa, that right arm wrist spin, taking the ball away from the right hander. Carry Pierre in a similar fashion. So those subtle variations, using the ball to come into the batsman instead of away, and even Correa with the googly top spinner and flippers getting extra bounce on occasions and just straightening in line. That's really the weaponry and arsenal that TNT Red Force need to use. As I mentioned, Arsenal, I know your favorite team might be in action over the weekend.
Tomorrow. Play Manchester City tomorrow.
That's going to be an epic encounter.
Liverpool, I think, won today again. So
Mohamed Salah again with a couple goals.
Brace. So here is carry up. And again, creating some problems. Now for, if you look at the condition of the pitch, you could see that there's a lot of scuff marks and some cracks, some wear and tear. For Paris and Henry, I would bring that middle fielder in because you really want them to try to force the issue. And it's okay if you want to use the man of deep cover as your protection out in the deep, but bring the middle or the long off in and invite the drive. Now I know it's down there because if the ball is turning square, they're still going to try to make shots like that. That's part of the natural instinct of a lot of regional batsmen. They'll challenge that man at long off. But maybe because of the state of the game and the amount of runs that you have to play with, it may not be a bad idea just to bring him in and say, try and go over the top. Instead of prodding and probing, go for a swing.
And also he's taken out the second slip, and Brian Charles, with the skipper himself, I'm sure would have made that executive decision. I didn't mind having two slips in play for Correa, given the fact that the ball is turning quite a lot with his deliveries.
You're almost compelled to have two slips or a slip on a gully. Now, look at how wide he is.
I think he went even wider, Ruskin.
Yeah, because he's trying to accommodate first and second slip.
And just in between the two.
Yep, and he's putting himself in a situation where he has to go both sides, both ways. If it's a thick edge, he'll have to go to his right. And if it's a thin edge, he may have to go to his left. And that is difficult to do as a slip fielder, unless you have reflexes like, I would say, Steve Smith or somebody like that. It's difficult. Look at where the wicketkeeper is receiving that ball. If that ball hits the edge and travels on that same line, that is going to be a good foot and a half away from Carey Pierre. It's going to be difficult for him to catch that. 116 for 3 as the over comes to an end. Another maiden.
Another factor there too. If you take that slip out and the ball is turning so squarely, the batsman can even try to just open the face and guide it down to that vacant region. A third man where we saw a couple of boundaries already. And
the other thing is how deep Carey Pierre is. He's fairly deep, and we did see one drop in front of him.
Yeah.
So that's something that he also has to consider, maybe taking a step up.
And the one that carried to him was Evelyn play with much more force.
Yep, that flew past him. Here's another one opening the face. So the thing with these batsmen, they're so precautious. They will continue to play their shots, even though they know that it's fraught with danger because the ball is turning. And they're still compelled to want to play shots. The type of shots, the shot selection is now the issue here. Because they will probably try to open the face, and you have two slips waiting and the keeper to a spinning ball that is spinning away from you. So there are a lot of factors that, batting isn't just, you pick up the bat and you hit the ball, but you also have to put in your sort of your memory bank or your consciousness, what is at play? What is he trying to do to get me out? And how can I counter what it is he's trying to do? And then experience will teach you that, because if you've seen it, you would know how to counter it. But if you've never seen it, you now have to figure it out on your feet. He goes again, chipping down the wicket, sort of anxious. I don't know if you want to say hello to Carey Pierre. Maybe they went to the fete last night and they one left earlier than the other, and they didn't get to salute each other since. because he seemed intent on coming down the wicket to have a word with him. He's flicked this one away nicely. He's going to get a couple. So I'm sure there are other ways they could communicate rather than him jumping down the wicket all the time. But it's probably his mode of attack of conquering the spin. 118 for 3 at the end of the over.
And exactly as you said there, Ruskin, I know some batters, they use this coming down the feet against spinners to just try and get themselves into their own momentum. As you saw, he came down the crease a couple occasions, but he did defend.
He blocked the ball.
Yes, so he didn't come and then, as
attack.
we see many times, attack with the head going up in the air, balance being shifted, and then the batsman not executing the shot as they would have liked. But if he's coming down and defending, I would give him the benefit of the doubt and probably just trying to get bat on ball and not allow the ball to work off of the pitch itself.
Trying to negate spin.
Yep.
Now the short extra cover, which is where the ball trickles to there, where Brian Charles is located, is another interesting fielding position because you want him to drive. So Yannick Correa also has to try to induce that drive. So he probably needs to give the ball a little air, not to let him throw it up too high. That's a good loop right there. Just entice the batsman and make him feel that he could get to the pitch and stroke it.
Correa just has to pull back the length a tad bit. Don't want to be too full to allow them to defend comfortably. And again, you just see it looks bare without that second slip. You have the two slips in when Pierre is bowling.
He's playing and missing. That's what you want him to do.
That's the length.
Pusher. But I said, if the ball goes past the bat a couple times again, I'm almost certain Brian Charles will realize that they need to protect that, strengthen that slip cordon, because you don't want him finding the edge and nobody there to take it. That will be, as I say, unpardonable. There he goes again, big spin there.
It's beauty,
well, this is what I'm saying. Now that the wicket is drying off a little bit, you see he's getting a little more purchase off the wicket, and you see the batsman trying to figure out how do you play this. You know, the only way you can play is if you're left-handed and it's coming into your pads, and then you just drop the bat in it or you allow it to go down the leg side. But as a right-hander, you're better off playing with the bat behind the pad because you're probably going to hit the glove or something. This one is down the leg side, and although it came back a long way,
almost bowled him behind his back.
Because he was jumping across the stumps trying to flick it.
Some good work from Antonio Gomez, sharp behind the stumps, collecting and still ticking off the bails. You know, sometimes when you try to play that shot down the leg side, you can misbalance and your foot can just come out of the crease. That enough for the wicketkeeper to get the stumping, but he went back in his crease, so he had a good amount of leeway, did Henry.
Sadiqi Henry under the gun here. He's certainly having to fight through this period. Here's another good delivery, and he's just, obviously he's not comfortable with the spinning ball, and he's trying to play everything off the back foot. 118 for 3, the end of another maiden over from Correa.
What I noticed with Brian Charles taking himself out of slip for Correa is that he placed himself at that short cover position where the two boundaries were struck. So again, Ruskin, as we are seeing in the context of the game, if you are the team is trailing by 164 runs now, and you have 7 wickets left to get, you should be looking to attack more than defend.
Even if you give up the 64 runs,
yeah,
but you get 7 wickets.
Indeed, and let them play their shots and encourage them to drive. Now that he has gone into that position, they are not driving anymore, so they're content to just defend. Oh, is that another drop chance?
Probably just hit him. But those you have to, they kind of like have to stick, because he's turning it off the face of the bat. He almost drove it into him there. Yep, that's a tough chance there for Cooper.
The books might still count as a dropped opportunity once he got his fingers set. I saw him doing some training with Coach David Williams this morning with that bat pad rolling style, as David Williams he stood at one angle and had Cooper with the helmet on at the bat pad angle and was just flicking the ball all parts. Testing the reflexes and the reactions, making sure that he's ready.
The thing is, when you feel in those positions, you can't move really. You have to stay very still. Let the batsman move, and then you react to his movement. But you can't move. You stay low, and you wait until the ball is played, and then you react. You either go in left or you go in right from forward short leg. And if it's hit hard and it's straight to you, all you're really trying to do is to either to catch it or clutch it onto your body. Something. It's going to hurt, but the important thing is that you want to get your hands on it as much as possible.
And they put some more pressure in this over with Vikash Mohan coming into that forward area in front of the bat, and then Cephas Cooper on the short leg side.
He's reaching at one, kept a bit low as well, and it's just something else for the batsman to worry about.
That's the first delivery we have seen for this morning. Keep so low, Ruskin. That ball did not get up at all.
Well, I did say you have to look for some subterranean rodents, better known as a rat. And it's difficult to play those. No matter what stage of the innings you might be, once the ball, variable bounce creates all sorts of problems. The end of the over, it's 119 for 3.
And as you mentioned, that bat pad fielder, Ruskin, did you have any exploits on the bat pad during your career?
Yeah, well, sure. I remember Phil Simmons used to say, "Rock, you don't have hands, you have a bucket." So he used to say, because he used to say, "You go in the slip," because, and for the same reasons I'm telling you, because I used to stay very still, and at slip I never used to look at the bowler. My whole focus was on the edge of the bat, because that was the only thing that would get me in the game is off the edge of the bat most times. So invariably I would look at the edge of the bat, follow the edge of the bat, and then react to the ball coming off the edge of the bat. This one is in the air, he's sweeping and just can't get to it. Pierre was running back from slip. The ball spooned up over the keeper's head. That would have been a great catch. Unfortunately, it probably didn't go as high as he would have liked, because it went up and came back down quickly. It didn't go like sky high, and that is what didn't allow him to run under it and get his hands to the ball. But again, another opportunity there that just was one of those nearly chances.
It was out of his reach. If Pierre couldn't have reached it, I don't think anyone else on the field might have been the tallest guy.
I'll give you a story about a catch like that I took one time, and I'm lucky to be alive still. This time he's sweeping. That's a great shot, because he's taking that from outside the off stump, hitting it through mid-wicket, and picks up a boundary. There's no mid-wicket. There's a deep backward square and a mid-on, and the only other man on the onside is at that forward short leg position. So that's a great shot. But as you look at that catch there, the only difference too was that I was running back from a fast bowler, and that thing was Bernard Julian. He bowled, and the batsman breaks. It was a bumper, and he put the bat there, and it hit the handle of the bat, the top of the bat, and it spooned over the keeper head. And I was feeling at first slip, so I was like the deepest player back, because you have the wicket keeper, and I'm at first slip, and then the other slip kind of going forward. So I was obviously the deepest man, so I ran back. And when I ran this way. So when I looked up now, the ball was on this side of me. So I had to turn around and try to get the catch. I just put my hand out to the ball. There you go there. Peeling for a catch at the wicket. Not out, says the umpire. The carrier goes scampering away, celebrating. But the umpire says no.
Extremely confident appeal, I think. Even
Gomez was happy.
Right away he was up, and Correa running away in celebration before looking back to umpire Basara to see what decision would have been given.
You look at it again, it was close to the edge. If anything, his bat probably touched his boot or the ground as he was trying to bring it forward.
Yeah, good decision.
Yep. He's trying to reach that one, and does in fact make contact, but he had to fetch it way outside the off stump as the ball was turning away from him. But as I was telling you, so I was running back this way and looking over my right shoulder, but the ball was falling over my left shoulder. So I just spun around and put my hands out, and it actually fell in my hands. But again, from the time I felt the ball in my hand, I just closed the hand. But all that time, there's another one that spins past the outside edge. But all that time, I'm falling down because on the Paragon ground, it's sloping downhill. So where my hand was where my head was where my feet were supposed to be. And I went just brushed past the edge again. This was the big appeal, but not out, says the umpire. And I would have to say that would probably be one of the best catches that I took.
But it sounds like a very interesting one indeed. Like you had a 360 turn before you got to the ball.
But because I was running also, that was the whole thing. 126 for 3 at the end of the over. It's because I was running more than anything else. Because I had to run a long distance. But what helped, the ground was sloping, so I was really running downhill.
Yeah.
You know, and I was going full speed. But when I looked up over my right shoulder, I realized the ball was falling behind on this side of me. So
Wow.
I just spun around and stuck out my hand like that.
Pure reflexes.
Yeah, and the ball hit my hand, and I just closed my hand and stayed in my hand. But it's only dust, you know. The run fire, I say, Rock, I only saw dust when you hit the ground. Because it was like that. Because I was going so fast, there was only like big puff of smoke.
I'm sure the celebrations after were incredible.
Yep, and I mean, we won the national title that day too. Down the wicket, he goes and hits it, and Pierre drops it. Well, he got a hand to it. It's hard to say he dropped it. In the technical sense, yes, he dropped it. But that was hit so hard. He just put his hand out there, and it's his right hand at that. And he took all the sting out of it. It actually dropped and hit the stumps, but the batsman was firmly planted. He and all didn't get a chance to move.
I'm glad to see that Pierre is all right. He's moving on phase because that ball was traveling with some force, Ruskin. And
that was hit real hard by Paris.
Instant reflex to put his hand out there.
This one is pulled away nicely again. In the gap it goes. And 4 runs. Big gap out there. Loads of space.
The first time that you've seen him actually drop short, Pierre, so allowing Paris to play that shot just stood up for him. And you've seen his intention, Paris. He's come out here to play his shots. He's not going to just try to block or defend all of the deliveries. He's going to use his feet and take advantage of anything on offer.
So in between the misses and the near misses, we've had some really superb stroke play as well. We had a couple cover drives. We had that pull. We had the sweep shot through mid-wicket. So we've had some excellent shot making, but then we've also had some near misses as well. So and Pierre is kind of like at the center of it all. Either dropping catches, near catches, or whatever, or taking wickets.
Yeah, he has the only 3 wickets in the column for the Red Force.
Yep. So he wheels over for another over, just the 4 runs coming in it. It's 130 for 3.
The overs are coming by quickly with Pierre and Karaya in operation. Both of them getting through the overs smoothly, and they have been creating chances. You just need to take one of those chances sooner rather than later, because you don't want it to happen that the momentum and the luck happens to shift to the CCC, and then these batsmen at the crease get set after being given opportunities. Granted, some of the opportunities were difficult, and not to be too harsh on the fielders, but of course when you are at this highest level in the regional format, you would expect that, especially going forward to that catches. International level thereafter. You don't want to see any drop catches at all.
Yeah, but we've seen quite a few at the international level, and some of them,
with all of the teams,
some of them boggle the mind, you know, because you're wondering if you're playing at that level, those are catches that you would hope that those players will take. Carrier starts a new over and immediately is on spot. So the big question is, will they go after him? And I know that Sadiki Henry is one who is inclined to do that, but just a one slip. I really would love them to put a second slip and bring that first slip a little bit straighter.
Yeah, I agree. He's maintaining that plan with having Brian Charles at short cover. Well, I'm not too sure if it's Karaya's decision or the skipper himself, but they've stuck with that in the last 2 to 3 overs. And again, the batsman is comfortable to defend. I think that the converse would be, and right there you see Charles, the ball going straight to him. If you take him out of there, the batsman will be encouraged to try and go through that gap, which would allow them to play those shots that will bring the outside edge more likely.
Because he'll see the gap in front of him.
And sometimes you look at the gap and forget to look at the ball.
Because you want to place it in there.
Yeah.
It's another ball, a no ball. Well, we saw a couple of those yesterday.
And this one, a cardinal sin for a spinner, Ruskin.
Yeah, he certainly, like I say, you can't afford to do that. I mean, in a game like this, that's fine. But what if the game was a tighter game, where every run, was significant?
What if that was a wicked delivery?
So you wanna make sure and you cut that out. And this one is again spooning off the outer edge.
It was uppish after he played the shot. Into the fielder at that backward point region.
Sakaraya doing his part here. He really needs to pick a pepper. I think he's bowled well enough to earn a wicket. Just hasn't been his day. So far, I might add.
Yeah, well, yesterday he picked up 3 wickets. Did Karaya, who was the leading wicket taker in that innings. Pierre with a couple. Joshua James and Brian Charles also.
3 for 26.
Yeah. And he was bowling in a similar fashion with the ball turning square and beating the bat on many occasions. So it might be sensing it's just a matter of time before he gets that first one in the column. Of course, CCC would want the opposite.
That one was a little bit quicker, sort of squirting through on pitching. So the ball starting to keep a little bit low and giving the batsman something else to worry about at this stage. So this is day 4. And the latest score here at the Banlara Cricket Academy, it's 131 for 3.
Just to give you an update from the other encounter at the Arnos Vale playing field in Kingstown. Windward Islands Volcanoes requiring 201 to win with 5 wickets remaining against the Jamaica Scorpions. At the crease, Ryan John, Shadrach Descartes approaching a half century. Use of the feet again.
Yep. Just seemed a little bit agitated. Well, not for some reason. It's almost like he wants to run down the wicket at Pierre. It's just one edge, and maybe the keeper could have left it and let it pitch and see what it will do after hitting the surface. But he was eager to get under it, and he actually took it almost in front of the stumps. But it would have been interesting to see if the spin, what the
Would have
spin
gone
would
back
have,
onto the stumps,
yep,
yeah.
what the spin would have done. That's why wicketkeepers are encouraged to let the ball drop in a case like that if it's not a catch.
I wondered if he might have assumed he got some bat onto it before it reached the pad, and that's why he would have tried to get that catch, but safely in the end.
So there might have been a big opportunity there, because I've seen balls do that. They spin when on hitting because of the shot that the batsman is making and the angle at which it comes off the pad. It has a sort of a back spin on it, so when it hits the ground, it flicks back towards the stump.
Paris and Henry spending a decent amount of time at the crease now. Just getting their eyes in, and that's what you don't want as the fielding team. You don't want all of those missed opportunities to go by, and then the batsman gets set and end up being comfortable at the crease.
Yeah, and by the time you're trying to get them out now, you can't because they're so well set.
Yeah. Henry 6 from 36, so he's in no rush. Paris 17 from 25. Two contrasting style of innings from the pair.
Yeah, and the West Indies and the Trinidad Red Force really need a wicket here. They need to keep taking wickets. They cannot afford to let partnerships build. As the field switches over for the end of another over, carry Pierre. At the end of it, it's 135 now for 3.
Going to see a bowling change as well from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy end. With Brian Charles coming into the attack, the skipper. 2 wickets in that first innings, bowled 22 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 56. And the first introduction of off-spin that we are going to see for the day. So the left-arm orthodox of Pierre, right-arm wrist spin of Correa.
Did you see Lyon get 4 wickets this morning?
Yep. And I know that
Continues to take wickets.
Charles is also emulating Lyon in terms of over the last few years. I've seen him anytime that Lyon achieves any sort of accolades, he's always posting it and supporting it. So I'm sure he'd want to repeat that sort of feat here for his team, leading from the front.
There's a stifled appeal as he was coming forward, but not out, says the umpire. Probably beating the inside edge onto the pad.
I'll tell you a interesting story about Brian Charles. I grew up playing cricket with him since the under 13 level at Freestyle Sports Club and throughout the years. And from the moment I met him, just the name Brian Charles alone told me that he was going to be destined for great things in the sport of cricket. And even from that young age, he always had a intense desire and passion for the game, always striving to learn, continue doing better. And you can see that he has grown from strength to strength, developing into the person that he is today, and being given that opportunity to lead the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. He has done it on a couple of occasions before, but starting off the championship.
There he is, so this one just again not able. He wanted to get some elevation with that one, but miscuing it totally. No change in the field. Brian Charles is keeping the mid-on up as well as the mid-off. There's no deep mid-wicket, just a deep backward square. Coming too far across, misses it.
Yeah, what Charles needs to remind himself is that he does have the ability to get wickets when he bowls slower. And that's the sort of speed. Many times over the last couple of years, I've seen him just try to be a bit quicker and flatter. Of course, we've seen that not only with him, but across the modern version of the game, as the over is completed 135 for 3. But again, Ruskin, you would have seen in this game and also many others where using flight is such a powerful tool. I refer back to that test in Pakistan where the West Indies were victorious, and Jamel Warrican, who varied his speed so sensibly, sometimes bowling from a range of 60 kilometers an hour to 80 kilometers an hour in between there, and just using that arm ball, using the drifter, and allowing the ball to do more of the work than yourself.
Yeah, he bowled 19 wickets, man of the series, and richly deserved too, because I think he got 10 in the first test and was it 9 in the second, or vice versa.
And also runs in both innings.
Carey Pierre again keeps probing here.
I see Paris just had a look over to the cow corner area. I don't know if he's probably just sizing up those deliveries into the pads.
Wants to see which cow he's going to hit. And that's a gift because it's on the back foot and he just spunked it through the cover region. He's going to get a couple. It's going close to the boundary. And he should get a third one. In fact, the running between the wickets was very lethargic there because you would think they would have been able to complete 3 quite comfortably.
Yeah, fast bowler just a manner given chase. Did well to pull it back in, but it did take some time to get the throw to the keeper. And they were just looking at each other, the batsmen, wondering whether to go for the third run or not. But Paris opting to remain on strike.
Carry Pierre again. Loads of time when he stands on that back foot and just punches the ball through the offside. So Carry Pierre probably needs to keep the ball up to him a little bit more. But if anything, attack the stumps. Because once it's on the stumps, he tends to just defend it. So if you want to bowl a dot ball, bowl a good length ball on the stumps, especially at the middle and off. So again, they're not able to really take advantage here. They're just trying to rotate the strikers, but at the same time, Carey Pierre is doing a fine job of keeping things quiet. And then every so often one will do something out of the ordinary. And who knows, that's what he's hoping for, that one might jump and kick or make an explosion off the wicket.
Yeah, I would think this is a very important period of play here, Ruskin, where you don't want to let things get too settled. You don't want to just go into a period of going through the motions and allowing everything to be done easily by the batting team. It's over. It's completed 139 for 3. Just 3 runs coming off of it from Carey Pierre. But you've seen over the last 4 or 5 overs or so, apart from the opportunities when 2 batsmen now came to the crease, they're looking more composed, more settled, striking the ball cleanly, playing more shots. And as a fielding team, you don't want to allow that to happen. You have to keep thinking, keep being proactive rather than reactive, and setting traps for them to fall in.
Well, again, they have to keep going. There's another opportunity there. And it seems like Cephas Cooper, is probably a little bit, not only that, but he's moving too much. You know, and that's why I kept saying, you have to stay very still. React to the ball, not to the batsman so much, but react to the ball. But as the batsman shapes to do something, he's either retreating or something, and there he is again in position. But already, see, once you stay low like that, your level is the same level, almost the same level with the ball. So you have a good view of the ball on hitting the bat. There goes that reverse sweep. It's very fashionable on the international stage and also here at the Barnlara Cricket Academy. 4 good-looking runs there.
Well, Paris, no stranger to that shot. Of course, you would have seen him feature in the Caribbean Premier League last year with the Trinidad Knight Riders, and show that he has all of these modern innovations on display, the reverse, the paddles, the scoops, and showing it even in this longer format.
Yeah, well, it was very well played. It was well executed. There's nobody there, so he obviously picked his spot well and got away with it. It's a shot that is fraught with risk and danger, because if you don't get it right, you could get out. It's as simple as that, you know. And this time he again launches a big one, and over mid-wicket it goes, and that goes all the way for 6 runs.
Well, he says thank you very much to Brian Charles. A delivery pitched short, pulled down, and no real harm to Paris, so just getting back and across nicely. And he's a tall guy, so those long levers of his coming down to meet that ball in the middle of the bat. A lovely sound as it travelled all the way for 6, and the partnership now growing to 34 of 69, Ruskin. So just a couple of overs ago they weren't able to score, And now you're seeing boundaries in succession.
Yeah, they have to be careful here that they don't let the batsmen get too familiar with what they're doing and, kind of get on top of the bowling attack. It's the end of the over, though. At the end of that, it's the 150s on the board. It's 150 for 3.
Yeah, and I was having a chat with,
I think they're going to do the water break now.
it looks like the signal for the drinks break.
Yep. So we'll take a break here ourselves as the players get refreshed. It's 150 for 3 now, with 58 overs completed in the innings. Thank you very much as we welcome you back here. The players have been refreshed, and as well as the umpires, as they make their way back out in the middle. This pair proven to be a little stubborn. The umpire, I think he's signaling the scorer. I'm not quite sure what the long-term conversation is. Some kind of sign language that only the two of them are familiar with. Nevertheless, Pierre is going to continue from this top end. There's 3 wickets to his name. I'm sure he'll like a lot more than that. Maybe a 5-4.
Yeah, but he's already gotten 3 and very economical in his spell, Pierre.
And again, just trying to tease him outside the off stump. Now he's bowling quite sensibly. He's bowling to one side of the wicket. And that is a good sign for him and for Trinidad and Tobago. Really putting pressure on the batsman. And what helps too is he has a slip and a gully. So he's giving himself every opportunity here to probably take a wicket. That's not where you want to bowl at all, because you have no protection there, and it's really a gift on the pads that is accepted gleefully there by Henry.
But if you put 3 good balls in the same area and then the 4th delivery is wide and allows the batsman to score freely, you're just releasing all of that pressure that you would have built previously and not maintaining that intensity. You can see around the field right now the Red Force is just looking to drop their shoulders a bit, hands on their hips, and probably wondering what they can do now to try something different. I am just looking at a man out of the focus of the screen, but in the focus of the game, Jason Mohammed. Ruskin, as we know, the man with the golden arm, they say, always seems to get wickets.
Or even you could go to James, who has bowled very well.
Yeah, James has bowled well. The reason why I suggested Mohammed is because I know he bowls so slow through the air, and that many times it troubles batsmen because they expect the ball coming on quicker. Looking at this type of surface, just wondering, no harm in trying a over 2. Of course, doesn't have to be extended spell if it doesn't go the way you like, but just to keep interesting aspects in the batter's minds.
Yeah, Brian Charles has to be mindful that if he's bowling, he has to give himself protection on the onside. Again, if he puts the deep square leg and the deep mid wicket, who knows, the batsman might be dissuaded from attempting those big hits like we saw in the previous over through the onside.
So a lovely scenic view there of the southern part of Trinidad and Tobago. There's a saying that south is love whenever you reach down to this part of the country. A lot of warmth and hospitality.
A lot of very friendly people. Here he is again on the pads. They went for one. They're going to come for the second. For a moment there, they didn't seem too interested in it. And Brian Charles again is too short. And because with the turn, by the time the ball reaches the batsman, it's already going outside his legs. And here's another attempt at an on drive, but instead of really hitting it, he just kind of went with one of those last minute closing of the face.
Paris is taking the attack to the bowlers. He's not allowing them to unsettle them. It's going very nicely. Strike rate of above 80. And it's a refreshing sight to see in terms of he's come to the crease and he's come with a plan. He hasn't just tried to do the same thing as the other batters in terms of defend, and then put away the bad balls. From the first or second delivery phase, he was advancing down the wicket and defending, and strange enough, Ruskin, you haven't seen him do that again. He advanced a couple of times and defended, but he hasn't advanced and played aggressively.
It's kind of settled, and here is the sweep shot again, but he's trying to take it from outside the off stump. Misses it, probably kept low. Just crashed into the pads of the keeper.
The pass very close to that off stump. Yes, just a whisker away. Charles holding his head in dismay.
Because he probably expected it to hit the wicket. So he was kind of catching and breaks in all at the same time. So Brian Charles probably, not sure, he does bowl, he's really an orthodox spinner, if you know what I mean, in terms of an off spinner. This time again it's a good shot, but he's probably going to be limited to one. So another competent stroke to pick up another easy single. Paris goes to 33. And it's 14 to his partner Henry, Siddiqui Henry.
Just to give you an update from the English Premier League today, Nottingham Forest getting 7 goals past Brighton.
But then Nottingham Forest got 5 last week.
Yep, so it's a bit of a revenge on their part. Liverpool 2-0 winners over Bournemouth. Everton 4-0 over Leicester, continuing their rise up the league with the reappointment of David Moyes.
Leicester in trouble, though.
Yeah, Leicester, I think, apart from that magical season they had, of course led by Wes Morgan, a Jamaican, where they won the Premier League. It's been tough tidings since.
Jamie Vardy.
Yep. Southampton 2-1 winners over Ipswich. Fulham 2-1 winners over Newcastle, and the current game, Wales 1-0 up on Aston Villa.
That Southampton game, Southampton was trailing in that game 1-0 for a long time. How did the Newcastle game end? Is that what it was?
And did 2-1 to Fulham.
Fulham were trailing as well. Newcastle scored early in that game. Here's Pierre again, this time from over the wicket. Yeah, they were trailing in that game. Southampton came back and to win that. It was a good result for them. Because you see, teams are trying to avoid relegation now. And this is the time to make your move. Ooh. 258 for 3. Again, just to give you some local scores, today is the first day of the National League at the National Cricket Centre. Marching Patriots 258 for 3. Evan Lewis 133 not out. DePisa 28, Calitran 46, Castro 32. But get this, 19, I think this is his 100, from 99 balls, 8 sixes and 6 fours.
Evan Lewis, is he trying to get a recall into this 4-day lineup?
He could. The thing with Evan, and I'm not quite sure, and I don't think the board has fully indicated what it is, why it is he's been in and out of the West Indies picture. He's primarily a white ball cricketer now.
And then Isaiah Raja also bringing up a century for Queen's Park Cricket Club today. Of course, we know he was always involved with his Red Force sit-up.
But dominates the ball quite a bit. So that completes another over here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It's 159 for 3 now. They're still trailed by 123 runs. So Trinidad and Tobago, they would have to be mindful here that they don't want to get this game in a situation where they find themselves panicking, but they have to try to take wickets, and he has to use all the tools at his disposal, Brian Charles. Bowled one ball over the wicket. Now he's going to try from around the wicket. I think it's although he just bowled a short while ago, but they may have to bring Yannick Correa back, even if they're trying from the top end, see if his luck changes. Because he didn't have much luck bowling from the southern end, although he bowled well. He hit the edge a couple of times. He couldn't get the ball to go to hand and stick.
That's the problem. They haven't taken advantage of those initial chances, and then now just goes to show you, when you let those chances go begging, then the batsman will take advantage.
They want a single, it's not there, and really almost overcommitted there. And I'm not quite sure where he got the notion that was a run, but Henry just stroked the ball, and Paris, for whatever reason, seemed almost determined to run a quick single. When there was no single there, the ball was played much too hard, much too firmly towards the middle fielder.
tucked down the leg side, and
Yep.
there'll be a chase on for Carrie Pierre. Gets there with those long legs, and 2 added to the score. But I must say the CCC have been looking so much more comfortable over the last few overs and really not being phased at all.
Yeah,
With
they-
61 for 3 at the end of that over.
Well, just as I suggested, we have to bring back Yannick Carrier and see if he can't do something for you, because if you're not going to bowl him, then you have to bowl maybe one of the quicker bowlers. And
Just to show you domestic cricket, even across the globe, Virat Kohli, who was out of form, returning to the Ranji Trophy after 13 years, and his first 2 deliveries, the first ball went for 4, driven straight down the ground, and the second delivery that he faced, his thumbs went cartwheeling.
because if you look at the shot, he was hitting across the line of the ball, and that was the end of that. That was a spectacular sight. Not just because it was Kohli, but because the stump came clean out of the ground. One of the most embarrassing sound in sport is when you get bowled on. And it's worse when you get bowled on in wind-ball cricket and it's a metal wicket. Batang, batang.
Oh, those wickets that fall down and hit the ground.
And there he goes. That's a great hit. That's gone all the way. Another 6.
But they, in fact, are chopping away at this total and now trailing by 115. And you're just wondering, Ruskin, whether the CCC are trying to still make a game out of this in terms of trying to get past that total. I don't think they can score quite enough runs to send Trinidad back in and bowl them out before the game is done. But we have seen stranger things in cricket. 51 partnership coming up as well.
These two have really not just stopped the wicket, the falling of wickets, but they've actually built a good partnership here, and they've put the onus back on the TNT bowlers now. Over to you. Can you stop this here now? And they have Correa in action. And more runs here, at least a single. So it's a little bit, how should I say, a little bit ordinary from the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers right now. They just seem bereft of ideas how they're going to attack these two and not just attack them, but get them out and, bowl the team to victory. Correa waits. Yes, and that he's edging it and he's gone. Well. Just as you thought that these two were really putting the hammer down, Henry plays forward and the edge is found. He goes for 15. It's 168 now for 4.
Right on cue, Correa strikes just as we thought the game was just going into a stalemate period with the CCC going on the offensive, edge taken, and a wonderful catch there from the skipper at slip, Brian Charles, making up for that dropped opportunity in the first innings. As we know, he's usually an excellent fielder and showing it there. Correa strikes, finally getting his first wicket after all of the different occasions where he took the outside edge and chances were dropped, or they were just short of the fielder, or different variables which would have not been to his liking. But finally a well-deserved breakthrough, and the partnership, after getting to 51, is now broken. Correa peeling away in celebration, and rightfully so. A new batsman coming to the crease, the experienced Kyle Corbin.
Yep, and they're gonna rely on his experience, but the spinning ball is, I don't think that's his comfort zone at all.
He likes pace on, and I was just looking at Joshua James, in fact limbering up outside of the view of the screen on some occasions. I was wondering if he might be given a short spell as the spinners were looking to be too comfortable for the.
You never bowled fast, did you?
I did.
Yeah.
I did.
You see, when you do that, you're sending a
sorry,
signal to the
I should
captain.
not say I bowled fast, Ruskin. I tried to bowl fast, nowhere close to your likes, like that of James. But
when you do that, when you're in the field,
it's a hit. No, of course. You're just
sending
signaling.
a little timely.
I'm ready. And then, of course, Joshua James, those big hands of his, once he's stretching them any part of the crease, I don't think Brian Charles can help or avoid getting. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, that's how you send a hint to the captain.
Yep.
Skipper, ready? You ready? You know, that's why you're walking past and say, if you need me.
Just always chirping in the ears, you know. I'm warm.
Yeah,
I'm ready.
No, we would say that, but because remember I played in a team that had Colin Croft, Prince Bartholomew, Bernard Julian, Eric Ordine,
Pace for days.
Kelvin Williams,
Hello.
myself, So when one person is taking wickets and you can't get a bowl, you try all how to get the captain's attention. And I think I had an advantage because I used to feel slip. So I always told
always
to
there
run. Yeah,
and in the eyesight.
I always didn't run to Mr. Faria. The late run Faria. There he goes. That's a good hit. That 2 is going to travel. I think it just cleared the fence for 6 runs, just over the ropes. Nice, good, clean hit. So full of intent here, Corbin.
Got in that left foot was just out of the way, so I would say more of a T20 style shot than getting his foot closer to the ball and going through to the line. But as you mentioned, not one of his most comfortable areas to face, Corbin, against spin. So probably using that same approach as Paris, taking the attack rather than trying to defend and getting out.
Again, on the back foot. It's almost predominantly on the back foot. When you could see him trying to hammer it off the back foot. The end of the over, a successful one. Corbin is 648 is the Shaqiri Paris. It's 174. They still trail 174 for 4. They trail by 108 runs.
Well, it's really good to see that Correa coming back into the attack right as you call for it and getting a wicket despite the couple lusty blows in the over. It was a rewarding one indeed.
I thought you were going to say despite James warming up.
So as we were on that point, Roscoe, when you see spinners in operation from ball 1, you as a fast bowler, what would be going through your mind apart from trying to get the attention of the skipper? You know, it's never easy being a fast bowler and having to look at spinners operate whole day.
But when you have spinners like Ancient Ali, Rafiq Jumadeen, Ranjin Anand, you have no complaints. Another one played into the legs. Nice stop there from Cooper. You have no complaints, or you have no grounds for complaint. Let's put it that way. Because you know they're the focal point. So when you get your 5 overs at the top, that's it. You're running whole day in the field. And like I said, luckily for me, I used to feel in the slip. So I didn't have to run around
too
as much as some of the others. But the general feeling was you'll get a spell, and then the spinners will take over. Because you see those spinners I call there, Rafiq, while he could take wickets, was really, he was a plugger.
He was one of the most consistent.
Yep, he will plug away one spot, but he'll give you 6 different deliveries, 6 different angles. And then Ranji was the same thing. Ranji was he could really stop the flow of runs because he used to spin the ball a lot. And most batsmen had a hard time catching up with him. And but then the real wicket taker was Ancient, because he would turn the ball both ways and the ball would sing. When Ancient bowled, the ball whistled when it come through the air. That's nicely turned away. They go for 1, but I think that's all they'll get from it. And that's the thing, because he used to put so much revolution on the ball. The ball actually used to sing coming through the air. And it was like a hissing song. Cool, So, but feeling at slip. I'm seeing this and I'm watching batsmen playing and missing a lot. So you're almost always on your P's and Q's because you tell yourself at any time a catch, could come. And even if I'm playing for Paragon, we had 2, frontline swimmers, Leo John, who never turned the ball, but he was an off spinner. let's put it this way, he bowled with an off-spin action. And he would kill me if he
That can also be very devious. Over completed 176 for 4. But if you're bowling with an off-spin action, Ruskin, and not turning the ball,
He wasn't
then you are still confusing the batters because they would expect the ball to come into them instead of the ball holding its line. I can speak from experience. Sometimes that happens to me as well.
I should tell you, his arm balls right through.
Yeah. And then the off spin is actually the variation.
So you had Leo, and then of course you had Pascal Roberts, who was the big spinner. And Passy used to, there's something he used to do with his teeth. He used to grind his teeth. So you feeling his slip and you hearing him chirping away, grinding away when he's bowling. And when he starts to grind, you know he means business. He goes for another big one. This could be out. No, just dropping short. And would you believe it? He just couldn't get around to it, trying to come across there once again and not able to do so. Tion Webster.
I think he did well to stop it. Just one. Oh, it did drop too short of him. I think Karaya would have probably wanted him to try and dive forward. Look at Karaya. The laboured figure, working hard.
He's saying, what do I have to do here to get a wicket? You know? Because he knows on another day he probably would have had a 5-4 by now.
But it was an awkward one for Webster, in fairness, because he did have to go across to his right and the ball was in front of him. So he would have had to dive at a unique sort of 45-degree angle towards that ball and try and scoop it up before it came into the ground.
Plus, he probably moved a little bit late because the ball really wasn't supposed to go there, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I thought it was going to the corner region.
You know. Now, again, with Karaya turning the ball that much, I really feel Brian Charles has to contemplate or consider putting in a second slip or a gully, because he is getting the ball to turn away from the right-handers. And if you can just bite the edge, you want to be able to take that catch. It's well played. So there's a lot that goes into how you execute, how you take wickets. And while we may think it's always just about running up and bowl, but there's so much in terms of the planning and the thought process that goes into that. That's why at the international level, we have all these, there's a word for them now, all these technical people who...
Performance analysts.
Who get all the data, get all the information on not just your players, but the opponents.
Other teams, yeah.
You know.
And video footage as well.
And they scout teams. Now, we used to scout teams, but here how we used to scout teams. This, I'll give you this, you'll die with laughter. You know. And this is when I played football. I was the captain of Malvern. And we would... But because we played in the savannah, you could see all the teams training, you know. And so you almost always had a good view of what was happening. ECMO Town would train just above us. Then we had Peterborough not too far from us. You know, Bossier Youths further up the road, Maple on the other side, you know. So we had a good understanding of what those teams could produce on any given day. And then I personally used to go and watch other teams play. I hardly used to look at the football at that time for entertainment. I really used to look at it because I was scouting.
Yep.
I was looking for information. You know, what they're doing, why they conceding goals, or how they're defending, and then we would plan accordingly. So it was just one of those things. And that's why almost every year we used to beat the defense force, and they couldn't figure out why, because we used to plan for them. And one of the things we knew about them was they were so strong physically. They used to wear you down with their physicality. So you almost always had to run with them for like 15, 20 minutes. Here he goes again. That's a good hit. This one, nobody's catching this. And it's 4 runs. He didn't hit it as well as he would have liked, but he did get it past the inner ring, and it went straight. I'm not sure if that's where he intended it to go, but it came straight over the bowler's head and down to the long long off region for 4 more runs. The over comes to an end. It's 182 now for 4.
Corbin showing that similar type of manner where he's just opening that front foot, getting out of the way, and launching down the ground. And you saw that miscued shot in the over, dropping just short of Webster. And on another alternative reality, probably would have gone straight to him and been a catch, or could have gone further ahead to the boundary. So again, it's just one of those variables in this game of cricket. Can't predict what's going to happen, but you have to try your best to maneuver the game to your style and to your advantage. Charles continuing around the wicket and trying to bowl, coming across the line of Shakir Paris.
I'm just wondering if Correa should bowl from around the wicket, especially bowling to Corbin, and bowl it into his legs and see how he reacts to that. Because two things, he may very well just play across the line of the ball because he wants to hit it, or he may just try to defend it all the time. So just change the angle on him a little bit. Plus, you have the advantage of the bowler's boot marks. That rough there might really prove to be a real asset if you're a leg break bowler. And that one kept a little bit low, and you could see the batsman just dropping the bat there. Corbin just put the bat down and realized that the ball, while it didn't spin much, it certainly didn't come off the middle of the bat as he intended it to, hit more the bottom of the bat. So a lot for the Trinidad and Tobago team to think about. They're up against batsmen who are not afraid to play their shots, but they're also staunchly defending. Okay, there's another one. This one comes off the thigh pad. But again, look at how quickly Cephas Cooper is moving backwards at that position. You just want it. You're just going up or down. There's not much movement required there.
Yeah, and again, just not seeming to cause much trouble for the batsman at the crease. And even though we saw that dismissal previously, Correa getting that much needed breakthrough, you just sense that they need to add something a touch bit more in terms of that intensity and that drive to get these remaining 6 wickets. 183 for 4 at the end of that one. But it's really a exciting first encounter in this West Indies championship where legends are made, and we'd want to encourage all of these players, of course, with other matches being completed in the round already, and with what Islands Volcanoes still trying to get a result in that game against the Jamaica Scorpions. But in fact, the Jamaica Scorpions, to update you, they have won by 178 runs.
But when they're going, when what Islands were going along like almost 2-something for 5, they're all out for 2-4-1. So it just tells you how quickly things can turn around. And that's what Trinidad and Tobago probably has to keep in mind. It may go against you for a bit, but then it could change drastically. Here's one keeping low again, and you could see Paris standing up and trying to play it, but he was playing across it, and that's probably because the ball kept low. Watch out how quickly he had to try to go down to take that one. The keeper made a nice take. And again, teasing him outside the off stump, and Paris showing good skills, getting out there and stroking it without much bother.
And that's the thing, the field is now spread in a sort of limited overs format where you have 2 fielders on either side of the wicket, and then you have a fielder straight back on the boundary, so allowing them to get those easy singles. Now we see 2 of those fielders coming in to add some more pressure to Corbin.
Here's another one that is keeping low, but it's keeping low off the wicket. It's not keeping low on the wicket. And it's somehow the ball is just pitching and dying, but it's all happening off the wicket. It'll be interesting to see if he could line one up on the stumps and see if he gets it to react the same way. If he does, he probably gets a wicket, either bowl down or LBW. And they go for a quick single, and I thought Carrier could have probably stopped that ball, but he obviously knew that there was a man at mid-on. Didn't expect them to take the quick single, though, than they did.
And just looking at course, as you mentioned, those quick wickets falling in that Windward Islands and Jamaica encounter, they were 215 for 5, Ruskin, and all out for 241. A matter of some 26 runs, leading to the fall of 5 wickets to Murray Redwood.
And here's another big hee-ho there. And
no connection. Yeah, Tamari Redwood picking up 7 wickets. 15.1 overs, 7 for 72.
dropped that into his pads. 7 for
72 and 15.1 overs. He was a bit expensive, 4.75 in the economy, but more importantly, those 7 wickets. And likewise for Karaya, economy of 4.3. More expensive of the bowlers, but also the more threatening.
This one is hit hard. That's gone straight. Pierre is down there, so no issues with him cutting that off. But again, a nice beefy blow to end the over. At 44 to Paris, 13 to Corbin. 185 now for 4. Or maybe 186 for 4. So field changes over, and it's going to be, is it Carrie Pierre is coming on at the bottom end, but I really think he could afford to try one of his seamers, and of course my preferred choice would be the Joshua James.
Yeah, I agree, because James, he showed that with his extra height and ability to get that ball on occasions with added bonks. Also, based on the pitch, some of those deliveries which you would expect the bonks with keeping a bit extra low. Yeah. And he has that nagging length as Joshua James.
But Gary Pierre is back.
So a switch of ends for the 2 spinners. Karaya bowling where Pierre was previously. Now Pierre taking up the attack from that southern end.
Good fielding effort there.
Now when Pierre bowled from the other end, he had 2 slips in place. Now that he's bowling from the southern end, just 1 slip in Brian Charles. I'm wondering if that's a factor in terms of with this end probably offering less purchase, but we saw Correa getting a lot.
3 for 33. Looking for a 4th one. And once again, if he, with the breeze, the ball is going to probably drift away from the bat. And just nibbling at one there, not making contact. But again, it kept low. So that is one of the vagaries of a 4-day wicket. You will get variable bunks. Here's another one just going past the outside edge. So living a charmed life here. And as I say, living to tell about it. Paris.
Paris beaten by some precious turn from Carrie Pierre. Again, that's the area he will want to continue with some consistency. Get that angle coming into the batsman and turning away. And this one just keeps straight on. So you see with a variation of just a couple inches as the over is completed, 186 for 4. some deliveries, Ruskin, in that middle stump line are keeping straight, and when you bowl it on the off stump line, you're getting the purchase away. So it could be, as we took a look at the pitch this morning, there are some cracks and minor foothold areas from the bowlers leaving and the batsmen that would offer that extra assistance for the spinners. They just have to find those areas, as we're going to see. Your wish being fulfilled, Ruskin. Joshua James is now taking his run up from this media center end.
Yeah, and I'm really happy for him. He bowled from the bottom end yesterday. I thought he bowled a good spell. Well, every time he's gotten the ball in this game, he's done very well. The only thing is he never really got the new ball, and I really felt that.
I would have liked to see him with it.
With the new ball, because I think he could do. His line is so good that he could trouble the opening batsman. And he late yesterday, he was getting the ball to reverse swing, to duck in to the right-handers. And so he was creating some problems for them. If anything, a couple times it moved too much, so he was picked off down the leg side. But if he can just drop on a good line, and you see, there's so much to like about him in the sense that his mechanics are pretty easy. You know, he has what we call a repeatable action. It doesn't take that much out of him. You know, it's not a cumbersome action that doesn't allow him to repeat it and to be successful doing it. And immediately he's on the legs.
I know he did suffer with a back injury at some point and had to do some rehabilitation. So there was a period where he was mainly playing as a batsman with the various.
Last year he played in the regional 4-day tournament.
Yep, and I'm really glad to see him back with the ball in hand, because as you mentioned, his biomechanics, his run-up delivery, everything seems so smooth, so casual, but he gets that extra bit of pace and he bowls a heavy ball. It rushes onto the batsman and hits hard.
Here he is now. That one is threw it away nicely. That's a juicy half volley. And he just plays it straight back past the bowler for 4 runs.
Paris is not wasting any time. Moves up to 49, just 1 run shy of his half century. And you saw him advancing down the crease. Not accelerated advancement, but just a couple steps in a very casual manner. And loved to drive over the head of Brian Charles at mid-off. So Paris, again, continuing in that confident style of play.
Let's see if he changes anything here now. This one is going down the leg side, but again, that's his. He does in-cut the ball. It ducks in. So it tails in towards the right hand. And if he doesn't line it up properly, what happened there, well, it's going to happen a lot. It will, by the time it gets to the batsman, it's going down leg.
Well, on that delivery, he was also walking up to the batsman. So 2 deliveries he's faced from James, and he's saying to him, I'm not afraid of you, I'm going to come down the track. And a great take by Antonio Gomez, far down the leg side, ensure no extra buys conceded.
He goes again, just inducting the ball. He needs to start it off stump. So by the time it gets to the wicket, it's probably on middle and leg, or started just outside off stump. And maybe take your chances that way.
Ideally, if there was a left-hander at the crease, it would have been too peachy for deliveries going across, but needs to start a bit wider for the right-hander.
He is again, same delivery, just coming into the pass. So that's the half century for Paris. From 63 balls.
Very welcome half century for the CCC, and really well played from Shakir Paris. In honesty, he has come to the crease with a renewed vigor and confidence that you didn't see from many of the other batsmen. We've seen Kyle Corbin also coming to the crease and playing in a similar style and fashion, but Paris from ball 1, he showed that he had that ability to play his strokes and play them competently and efficiently in the end.
trying to get out onto that front foot there. James just ambling up to the crease, and he really needs to be a little more aggressive. I don't know if I was just trying to get warm, get loose, but when batsmen are hunting, you have to become the hunter and don't be hunted by the batsman. So Shaqiri, 50 from 63 balls, 4 fours and 2 sixes, 7.937 strike rate. So good effort with the bat. And the thing is, they're under no real pressure. You know, you could just bat, sit and bat. Don't worry about anything else. Just take your time.
And trailing now by 90 runs. That target, it seemed daunting at one stage when we started play this morning, was around over 170 odd. And then now, getting under that 100 mark.
He's getting the ball coming in. He's bowled him. He's played on. Well, not for the first time we've seen that mode of dismissal here. And Corbin goes trying to cut a ball that sort of followed him. Instead of turning away from him, it's Shaqiri Paris rather. And he has to go for 50 just as he got his half century. Look at it again. The delivery that was too close to him. It's almost like he gave up on the shot. And then the ball just hit the bat and dropped on the stumps. The bails came off. So he goes for 50. And Pierre picks up wicket number 4. It's 192 for 5.
I think he got some extra bounce on that delivery as well, Pierre, because previously those shots that Paris was trying to play from a similar line delivery, he executed well. And on this occasion, trying to just guide it into that region between point and third man, but too close, as you mentioned, and chopped onto his stumps. So just as we were speaking about the batsman looking comfortable, prior to that previous wicket from Yannick Correa, now Pierre gets an important breakthrough. So the Red Force has done really well in terms of when the game seems to be getting away from them, they pull it back in. And look at this. It just rose on him. You could see even Paris was surprised. He stood there at the crease in a sort of bemused manner and looked back to Corbin as if to say, did I do that right?
What happened? Yeah. I think back to Evelyn in the first innings. Remember, he just
tried to dab and open the face.
The ball dropped back on the crease, and that was the breakthrough that Trinidad and Tobago wanted. And here again, they needed to see the back of Paris, and he is back in the pavilion now. And based on what you just said about the Windward Islands game, with that big capitulation that they had there, with 26 runs, 5 wickets, who knows? There's another one, and he's gone with him too. That is another wicket too, Pierre. That's 5 for Pierre. He swept hard. Mario Richards missed, and he is making that long, disjointed and almost, how should I say, disappointing walk back to the pavilion.
Well, look at this shot from the Mario Richards. First delivery, you're facing up to Pierre. Already has 4 wickets in the innings. Extremely miserly economy of 1.72. That's not what you're looking to do, especially if you're coming out here to try to save the game for your team and battle the end of day's play. That was much wider outside of the off stump from Pierre, but look at the generous amount of turn as they see it again. Yeah,
from the bowler's boot
using that rough that we spoke about and looked at this morning, and you saw the celebration from Pierre. A truly well-deserved 5-wicket haul for the talented left-arm orthodox spinner from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Has been a stalwart over the last few years for this team, and of course all of the supporters of Pierre and the Red Force would be very happy for him. Skipper Brian Charles embracing him as they ran away celebration, and he pointed to the dugout, indicating that, you know, the support from the management and staff as well would have been pivotal for him to come and have this important role for his team. So just goes to show you 2 wickets in 2 deliveries. Hat-trick ball here, Ruskin. All to play for.
And I think you had a hat-trick. Was there a hat-trick at your game yesterday? Or that was the game at Gilbert Park?
Yeah, that was the game with Naparima College, where Roberto Badri got a hat-trick, 5 wickets for 1 run. the nephew of Samuel Badri, West Indian former #1 T20 bowler in the world. I'm sure he'd be very proud of that. But yesterday in the encounter between Prez Sando and Prez Chagonas, there were 2 occasions where there were 2 wickets and 2 balls from either side.
Couldn't get the hat trick.
Correct, but they did not get the hat trick. In fact, the son of a former West Indian leg spinner, Rajendra Dhanraj, he played his first game for Prez Chagonas and got 2 wickets and 2 deliveries at his second over.
I'm sure his dad is probably telling him, boy, you have to get a hat trick, man.
Not up to his standard, right?
You have to get a hat trick. But I'm sure you will encourage him to do better the next time. It's always good, though, when you have a father who has achieved. Is Mansingh, Abhijay Mansingh, right in behind that one. He too shaped well in the first innings, and let's see if he can reproduce what he did then. But the wicket is a slightly different animal now because it's wearing and it's starting to turn, plus it has variable bounce. And there's a silly mid-off. So he has to be very, very careful there, very circumspect. Whenever he's coming forward, it has to be deliberate and it has to be organized and must be the right decision because you don't want to pop up one and because there's a silly mid-off and a forward short leg as well as a slip employed there. So G&T on the attack. It's 1-9-2 for 6. Carey Pierre with 5 for 33. So he's really been the story here for Trinidad and Tobago in this second innings. And it seems as if they got just the 1 over from the big fella. And now it's going to be Guli who is going to pick up the attack.
And Jed Goody, that over we saw from Joshua James, he was struggling with his consistency in the line and length. So skipper Charles probably decided after those 2 wickets in the over from Pierre, immediately going back to spin and trying something different with Jed Goody. He did bowl in the North-South Classic as well as the trial games and got wickets, so not a bad option to have.
Yeah, that's again the first delivery right on target. So we're just trying to see what is the status of Carey Pierre. And in first class, he has 2 fourers and 2 fifers in cricket. There's another ball on 5 for 33 would have been his best, but he has 5 for 33 here. So maybe he could add another one to that.
And it's nice to do it twice.
Yep. This one is striking him. That could be it says he's out. That one just rolled, and there was Kyle Corbin on the back foot. No chance of surviving that. The ball just pitched and kept low, and it hit him plumb in front. According to a good friend of mine, Ruskin, that was going to miss off. It was going to miss leg, but it was definitely going to hit middle.
Jed Gooley soaring away in celebration, and you heard the laughter, the applause as well from the players on the field. Look at that, just cannoning into the stands. But most importantly, his mother and father who have come to every single day of this encounter, Ruskin, and not just this encounter, but any match that Goody plays,
yep.
They're always there to support. Sometimes they might be the only people in the stands, but you know, a really proud moment for them. I heard his mom, even from up here in the commentary booth, you know, it's just such a refreshing energy to have when you can see your son perform out here. And of course the West Indies Championship, where legends are made, and we are seeing Jed Gooley with an excellent performance in this game. Of course 100 in that first innings, really well played from him with bat in hand, where he scored 121 of 198 deliveries with 19 fours, and then now with ball in hand picks up a wicket. He did mention right before that he got wickets in the North-South Classic as well as the trial game. So, I mean, look at Gooley's height. And you could see that he's not afraid to flight. He's bowling slower than Charles. And those different things. That ball you would have assumed with his height, Ruskin might have carried up.
Yeah, would have hit and jumped.
Correct. And Corbin probably played for that. But keeping low and just went under his bat onto the pads.
Yeah, he didn't have a prayer of surviving that. I mean, he probably, if there was a review, he probably could have gone for a review, but it would have been a wasted review. There's another one.
Look at the amount of turn that Gooley is getting.
And again, this is what I'm saying. Because it's so dry now, the wicket, it's there. And then it's all these scars all over the place now. Bowlers are enjoying bowling in these conditions because they know the wicket is going to give them a little bit of assistance. And now you could hit that spot and it will turn square. You could hit that same spot and it might go the other way or go straight on. Or it might jump at you for some whatever reason. There's another one just hit. It might have just brushed the pad on the way through. Down to fine leg and a leg by. So Gooley, a wicket, and just the one leg by in that over. 192 for 7 at the end of it. So things are happening rather quickly. And if you were worried about that, they resumed at 90 for 1 overnight. And is that
Looks like Jaden
Seals?
Seals. Yeah.
The West Indies fire bowler coming to see his Trinidad colleagues and his Queen's Park colleagues as they perform here for TNT. So Jeremiah went for 29. He was the man out last night. 73 for 1. They went to they came back this afternoon at 90 for 1. And since that time, they've really kept the Trinidad and Tobago team a little frustrated. But at 99, they lost their second wicket. And 116 was the third. 168 for the fourth wicket. That was that nice little partnership. Here's another one that is rolling. And the batsman,
just hitting.
Hakeem Jordan, is just, he had to dig it out.
They're just hitting all the right spots right now, Ruskin.
Yeah. And this is a new complexion. The wicket presents something different to them. No? So 168 for 4. That was the fall of Henry's wicket for 15. 193 for 5 when Paris went for a well-played 50. 192 for 6 and 192 for 7. Here's another one punched away in the offside. They go for a quick single. He's going to have to hurry. And the throw is nicely backed up in the distance. So good cricket all round.
So 3 wickets, Ruskin, falling without a run. 193 for 5 and also 6 and 7. So it just goes to show you.
Just one run was 192. It should be 192. 192 for... It was 194. Should be 193 there. So it was 193, 193, 193. 5, 6, and 7.
Yeah, because remember we had the wicket from Kaipi in the previous over, and then the double.
Yeah, and they only added one run, which was that leg by.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna get one more. So Mansingh is off the mark. So 195 now for 7. So Trinidad and Tobago turning things around here. And I suppose this is par for the course, where once a bowling team gets on top, they tend to, things happen quickly. And trying to smash that one to Jordan, probably trying to hit it too hard. Hit it too early. Instead of hitting it square, he hit it more to extra cover. And it trickled to extra cover.
Solid in defense. The big man from Barbados, Hakeem Jordan.
And that is the tea interval. So a splendid first session for Trinidad and Tobago as they moved the CCC, who were following on after they were bowled out for 2-2-2 in their first innings. Trailing by 282, Trinidad and Tobago asked them to bat a second time. They went to the close of play at 90 for 1. That's where they resumed at 1 o'clock this afternoon. And now, 2 hours later, they find themselves in dire straits. And we're not singing any songs from dire straits here. today, but they are in dire straits at this point in time. Was it Dire Straits that sang "Money for Nothing"? Is that what it is? And whatever. But if they can't find some kind of resolve from the rest of the batting order. One apiece for Mansing and Jordan, and at the break, they are 195 for 7 at tea. We'll take a break and we come back with more in about 15 minutes. Thank you very much. As we welcome you back here, the game has taken on a dramatic turn, and this middle session could very well be the final session of this game, as Trinidad and Tobago now on the cusp of a big victory, possibly by an innings, and as they have the CCC in dire straits here now at 195 for 7. Remember, they resumed this morning at 90 for 1 after Jeremiah was out for 29 last evening. Pierre has been the chief destroyer, picking up 5 wickets already in this innings. This would have been his third 5-4 at this level, and so congratulations to him, or in first class cricket essentially. And 5 for 33 would have been his previous best, so he's done very well. But here's Gooley, as he picked up a wicket in his first over, and now trying to do so again. Who knows?
Yes, good afternoon to...
So yes, let me say good evening to you, sir, and hope that everything is A-OK.
Yes, thank you very much, Ruskin. Everything is very fine, and good afternoon to all our viewers. And yes, you are right. The Red Force, they are on the cusp of a victory here, first round victory. And we saw a number of victories going around.
Already?
Already,
Yep.
yes. And matches finishing in 2 days.
Surprising.
Yeah,
The one that
3
surprised
days.
me is the Guyana, Barbados Pride result.
So matches finishing early, and they collapsed some Barbados in that match, getting bowled out for just under 200 in that second inning. But again here, the CCC, they are trying to survive. They are trying their best to see how long they can extend this match. 197 for 7. And as you mentioned, Pierre is 5 for 35 in 21 overs. And you wouldn't believe he has bowled 106 dot balls in that spell.
Yep, he
In
was
21
very
overs.
economical. He had a number of maiden overs in there.
Yes, economy of 1.6. So it's yes, maiden overs. It's actually 7 maiden overs. So it's Jed Gully. He finishes another over. His second over, just picking up that 1 wicket. First over was a wicket maiden, conceding 2 runs in this over.
Yeah, when you consider they were 116 for 3 at one stage. Then it became 168 for 4, and then they lost 3 wickets without a run being scored. 193 for 5, 193 for 6, and 193 for 7. So it's been a bit of a slide there coming in, and that was again Pierre together with Gooley, who took that wicket in his first over.
Yeah, but it's similar to their first innings, where they were actually going well, 100 and odd for 2 or 3, I believe,
Yep.
when the captain Jeremiah and Paris was at the crease. That was a good partnership, but as soon as the wicket of Paris went, well, that was it. They started to crumble or such.
Yeah, and here it was Paris and Henry who put up a good partnership, and then once they were separated, things started to happen.
Yeah, so yes, you need to get at least 1 or 2 huge partnerships, and we saw that with the Red Force. 2 huge partnerships that really took them to that total of 504. So you need to really, in this format especially, you need at least 2 huge partnerships to get you to a decent total, and at least 2 batters getting past 50 or at least 100.
Oh, going on, yep.
Yeah. So and that is the problem we are seeing with our regional 4-day cricket. The batters, they are not able to carry on, get those big scores, scoring 50, and partnerships. We're not seeing that huge partnerships as you need in this at this level. because remember, at this level is what you're taking
For the
to.
next level, to
Correct.
the international level.
Yes, and you want to do what is right here so you can take it to that next level. So this is where the learnings come in terms of that. And they have, I mean, yes, you don't have too many matches, so it's a short learning process.
Yep.
But you have to pick up quickly. Pierre continues. This one is driven straight to the fielder.
I thought he was going across that one, and then somehow he got the bat down straight as he changed his mind mid-swing.
Yeah, well, that's Jordan. Jordan is very capable with the bat. There's no two ways about it. But at this, so there's an opportunity there. That one just popping up to the left of that short
Cooper.
leg fielder. That's Cooper, yeah. And
It was away from him, though. It's just a little too far
yeah,
for him to get to it. He's been very sharp under there. And I'm not sure if you would have been listening or while you were away, but a number of catches either passed in between the keeper and slip, or fell short of first slip, passed between first and second slip, and so especially, and I don't know, he might feel they were targeting him, but Yannick Carrier was he was the one. He would hit the edge and they wouldn't go. He just couldn't buy a wicket. You know, and so
and sometimes that happens, eh?
yep.
As a bowler, you're just so unlucky that you are continuously hitting the edge. We saw that with Malik in his first spell in CCC first innings, where he continuously got the edge. It went between the slip fielders.
He just couldn't buy a wicket. When he got one, he was so happy. One went up in the air, and T.L. Webster couldn't get under it. You know, it was like, what is happening here?
Yeah, that's the. I mean, yes, we can talk about it and laugh at it, but
Yeah,
it-
but
it
while
is-
while it's going on, he's
Yeah.
not. He wasn't. You could see him. He was noticeably annoyed.
yeah,
You know, because obviously he wants to take wickets because he wants to remind the West Indies selectors that I'm still here. You know,
correct.
and I'm doing well. He remember he came from the bowling camp, the spin bowling camp.
Yes,
Both himself and Brian Charles.
BDC as well.
Yeah,
David
so
BDC.
they want to show, what they've learned and put into practice.
Correct.
Some of that new stuff, as they say.
Yeah. He continues. Just 3 runs. So he's having a good match. With the ball, and well, we saw that wonderful innings from him. 121.
He batted very well, both himself and Jason Mohammed.
Yes.
Put on over 200 runs
Yeah.
for that third wicket.
It's just the start they would have wanted. The Red Force, the batters, putting on a decent score, a good score, I shouldn't say decent, a good score on the board, and the bowlers followed up well. And it's exactly what they would have wanted, to bowl CCC out cheaply and put them back in and, pull them out a second time, and they are almost there. Well, that previous single brought up the 200 for CCC. They are 200 for 7.
And it's 2 new batsmen at the crease running. That means they have to start.
This one is worked away into the onside, just past that leg slip fielder.
Yeah, and that leg slip, you have to be aware. Once a batsman sheeps like that, you get in full view of the
Yeah.
ball and the bat. You could move with the bat, with the movement of the batsman,
Yeah,
so to speak, and so you don't. Although you're here in this position, you could anticipate and move accordingly, and so that those little things, because it would have kept batsman at this end
correct.
and allowed the bowlers to attack at this end. So it's just those little things. You don't want to release pressure unnecessarily.
Exactly, and bowlers, they would prefer, you bowl at least 3-4 deliveries to one particular batter where you could set them up as such. So you wouldn't want to be, and especially as a left and right hand combination, makes it a bit difficult. Oh, that's a good delivery there. That one squared him up. Seemed to bite a bit and turn away from the right-handed Jordan. Certainly squared him up. I say Jordan is very capable. He would want to try and get a decent score here. He has some time. It's really difficult for them to chase that. They still trail by 81 runs. And if they can, these two can, mount some sort of partnership and try to get close to that. Give them a chance. This time it's swept away behind square, just a single. A bit too full and straight by Pierre there.
Yeah, he's bowled very well, Pierre. 5 for 37. I think he'll take that every day.
Yeah.
And consider this. Here's an appeal, and he's out. I was just about to tell you to consider this. He didn't get out. Remember in the North-South game, he bowled and he barely, if he got 2 wickets, he got plenty in that game. But here he is with 6 now.
Yeah, let's have a look. Well, the batter didn't even bother to look around. Oh, that one, yeah.
It straightened on the pads.
Hit him on the pads, yeah. The batter, he didn't even bother. He just looked at the umpire and just turned away and walk. He was sure. He was sure he was out.
As Abhijay Mansingh.
Mansingh, correct? Yeah, that's Mansingh. So he has to walk back. So it's 202 for 8 now. Let's have a look at that one again. You can see that one just turning back into him. Yeah. Hitting the pad first. The bat was behind the pad. It was an easy decision in the end for the umpire. So it's going to be Bailey, the new batter. Andre Bailey. He did a lot with the ball in his time.
Mm-hmm.
He pulled a lot. But now he has to do the work with the bat. And,
we saw, I suppose, 1 or 2 batsmen come with the attitude, look, I'm going to go after the bowling, just to change things up, because in the main, most people came and played cautiously and tried to dig in. But the wicket started to deteriorate, and you could see the ball was spinning a little bit more once it dried off. And the early morning rolling kind of got worn off. It started to do a few things.
Yeah. This one, first delivery is too full and on the leg stump and worked away for an easy single. And Bailey, he got a 13 from 47 in his first inning. Wasn't a bad effort from him. In the low order, he tried his best to form a partnership, but he was bowled in the end by Joshua James. He bowled as well in the first inning. Didn't get a wicket, didn't pick up a wicket. So it has been a sort of tough match for him first up, and he would want to try his best now to see if he can contribute something. Well, it's probably not right to say it's in a losing cause yet, but
because the game is still in progress.
Correct, but it's good. It's heading that way, and he just utilizes time to see if he can get a decent score under his belt, just to boost his confidence moving forward. And considering all things, and you made a valid point there, Ruskin, is it worth coming now and just trying to push the ball around, or maybe just try to see how much runs you can get, try to see if you can beat the ball around,
force to bat again.
Correct.
You have to look for small victories.
Correct.
Even in the face of a defeat.
Yeah. So, trying to just push around, just block the ball, save your wicket. Maybe one will come with your name. So maybe just try and, look to hit the ball as Jordan. He was just trying to block.
Mm-hmm. And he is a player who can
correct.
Attack the bowling.
Yeah.
We wanted to know. We saw Paris came, and Paris was trying to chip in a lot. He was advancing. Here's another appeal. He was advancing a lot. He was chipping down to the spinners. But the problem with him was Pierre was kind of alert to it. So every time he used his feet, Caribbean would put it into the wicket.
Right.
And so he had to block a lot of times. In fact, I thought he was going to run past one.
This one is walked away. It was in the air, just past that leg slip fielder. And it did get two more. So opportunity again there.
Vikash Mohan there
Yes.
at that gully position. Now the thing is, they can't put another man there because they just have to bring the square leg forward and put another gully, like two leg gullies,
Yeah.
one fine and one square.
So-
Because that's the second time we've seen the ball go in that region.
Well, because Jedgul is bowling straight, that's why they have those fielders there. He's bowling straight, off break, he's getting the ball to turn away down the leg side.
You can't have three, but you could take the deep backward square and bring him forward of square,
Yeah.
and then put the two gullies or a leg slip on a gully, or a squarish leg slip on a regulation leg gully, and ask him to either defend or attack it.
Yeah. And that's where we were saying that point. Is it worth just trying to prod and push? And one may spin past your edge or spin and take the edge.
Yeah, and this wicket, actually this wicket, it has changed, in terms of its behavior, because it was playing nice and quiet in the Trinidad and Tobago innings.
Yeah, first 2 days actually.
Yep, and then it started to misbehave a little bit. Now the ball is keeping low relatively at times, and it certainly is cause for a different kind of application now from the batsmen. They have to be very watchful. It's the end of the over, 77 gone. It's 2 of 5 for 8. Carey Pierre 6 for 39, and those would be career best figures for him. I was trying to see his figures from the North-South Classic, and I wasn't able to find it here in my notes, but I think he conceded over 100 runs, and if he got anything, probably one wicket, at best two. And here he is now with 6 wickets, so on the same surface, kind of, it just tells you on a different day, it's a different. Cricket is a strange animal, as we say.
Yes, it is.
He is 6 for 39, looking for a 7th. Not going to get it there, but he's bowled so well. In fact, he was a captain in that North-South game.
Yes.
And came up on the losing end, but he's a winner here today. And the man who beat him in that game, Chit Guli, is happy. Happy for him as well, And that's what franchise cricket has done. All those matchups long time that you said were like animosity, and guys didn't want to speak to this one and didn't want to see that one because they were on opposing teams. And they just seem to have like I don't like to use the word hate, but they just have a dislike for each other. Franchise cricket has kind of curbed that to a large extent, and some people don't like it because they feel players are too chummy. Thought for a moment I was single, and I think some of the Australians are like that. They find some of their teammates are too friendly with the opposition, but that's because they play on the same franchise team. So there's a catch taken, and that's, or did he take it? Did it drop? Yes, he's claiming it.
Yes.
And so that will be that. And Bailey goes for 3. A good catch there by Brian Charles. And that's wicket number 7 for Carey Pierre.
Yeah, he continues to wreak havoc here at Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It's now
Just
9 down.
Watch.
Look.
To get low down.
That's a very good take you have to give.
Brian Charles.
Yeah. Is it Charles?
Yep.
Yes, it's Brian Charles, captain. Taking a nice low catch in the end. And that's number 7 for Carey Pierre.
206.
Yeah. It's
9 now.
number 9 for the Red Force. Just 1 wicket away now from victory here. And it would be very satisfying for them.
And this was the North-South Classic. Pierre had 43 overs and 3 balls, 11 maidens, 2 for 113. And here, that's what, 43 overs?
Yeah.
Right? And here he's bowled 24 overs, 7 for 40, and the same wicket. Well,
And
the same square.
And this is at a higher level.
Yep.
Regional.
Cricket is a strange thing. How do you account for that? But it just shows you, I suppose a lot of the home base players are familiar with him. They know, what to expect from him. So they understand because they've been playing against him for a number of years at
Correct.
club and in that same North-South Classic. So now Jordan is given a single. And guess what? He has now exposed the last man.
Well, he has decided there's no point. There's no point in exposing
Protecting him.
I should say, the number 11 batter. So, and he has decided, well, he's not going to go for it.
Yeah.
He's just going to play. Not out would look good next to his name rather than an out. Keep his average up.
And that's it. That's the end of that. Shields it bowled by a quicker one from Jidguli. And Jordan remains 5 not out. But that is that. Bowled neck and crop. Played all over it.
Yeah, was nowhere close to that one. Quicker delivery, that smart bowling from Jed. And he ends up with 4.2 overs.
2 for
1
6.
maiden, 2 for 6 to go along with his 121. So very good match for him. So it's a good all-round match for the Red Force in terms of putting up that huge total. Remember, they posted 504 for 6 declared in their first innings on the back of a couple half centuries up front from Bikash Mohan, 66, Cooper, 80, then that wonderful 100 from Jed Guli, 121, and then what a knock from the youthful Jason Mohammed, 176 from him. Contributions from Carrier, 22, Webster, 22. Both of them 22 from 39 deliveries.
Yep.
Exactly the same. And not much in the wickets column for CCC. Just 1 for Jordan, 2 for Mansingh. Bowled pretty well, was very expensive though. 2 for 142. 2 for 116, that's Mansingh. Mabir Singh, he had 2 for 142. The other wicket taker was your good friend Evelyn. And in response, CCC, they were bowled out for 222 in their first innings on the back of a wonderful half century from the captain Jeremiah. He made 60 contributions all around, but no one staying there to form that big partnership. Evelyn, he had 21. Henry, he had 21. Paris, 20. Corbin, 24. And Mansingh, in the end, he had 27. And in the wickets column for the Red Force, wickets all around, shared around. Manik didn't pick up any. Webster, he got 1. Pierre, he had 2 for 50 in 17. Charles, the captain, he picked up 2 as well for 56 in 22. Joshua James bowled very well in his first spell, and in the end, he picked up 2 for 24 in 14. And the main destroyer, Yannick Carrier, he picked up 3 for 26 in 17. Then CCT was asked to follow on, and in following on, they only managed 207 all out. Captain Jeremiah, he made 29. Good knock from Evelyn, he made 57. Mahabir Singh promoted, he made 14. Henry, 15. Paris. A good knock from him, as you mentioned earlier. He really tried to take the attack to the bowlers as well. He made 50 from 64 deliveries, and not much from the others. Corbin 14, and that's when Pierre decided that he wants to change the game. And wicket takers, Yannick Carrier, he had 1 for 61. Gully, he picked up 2 in the end for 6 from his 4.2 overs. But the main destroyer, Pierre, 24 overs, 7 for 40 runs, including 7 maidens. And because of him, the Red Force, they won by 75 runs.
An innings and 75.
An innings and 75 runs, actually. And I must say congratulations to them, all the players. It was a total team effort, and also the backroom staff for what they have done.
Yeah, it certainly is. And you mentioned some of the bowlers. Joshua James also bowled. He just bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, not for 19. Jid Gully, of course, 4.21 maiden, 6 runs and 2 wickets. So very economical in his case. And Yannick Carrier, 14 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 61. So, as you said, a balanced attack. And I think it's spin heavy, of course, but we're not going to hold that against them this way. But certainly it was good to see the spinners bowling in tandem as well. Carrier and Pierre, and then Carrier and Brian Charles doing damage together. And
also in the first inning was Brian Charles and Pierre.
Yeah, so they obviously have a good understanding, and they have a good rhythm together.
Yeah.
So congratulations to the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They start with a win. In fact, they defeated the CCC last year by 123 runs. I think that game was played up at was that one of the games played up at UE Spec, or was that at the Oval? But they beat them to start their campaign last year. So they're off to a winning start again this year, and the CCC once again suffering at the hands of Trinidad and Tobago, even though they used UE Spec, I almost say the home team, but they use UE Spec as their base. So it's like 2 home teams. And let's just quickly look at the CCC as an entity. One of the I suppose drawbacks for them is the whole question of the time. Whereas Trinidad and Tobago would have been preparing since November, probably even before.
Right. Yeah.
Trial games, and then the North-South Classic, and then even between the North-South and this game, they had another preparatory match that some of the players got runs and took wickets. So they came into this series, even though they were missing some of their key players, but they came in fairly well prepared, although the weather might have disrupted some of that preparation. But they were very prepared. As far as the CCC is concerned, though, remember, they're only getting these players when the other countries made their selections. Correct. Kind of thing. And then they now they get a call and say, are you available, or whatever is the method that they use. So then the coaches are now handed this group of players to start to work with, to kind of mold them into a unit to fight a competition at this level, which is not easy. No, so Pedro Collins and Keno Mason, and they have their work cut out for them. They have some bright spots because the openers showed that they know what they want to do at the top of the order. We saw Evelyn get a half century here. We saw Jeremiah get a half century in the first innings. It's what comes after that is where they have to do their work. So hopefully they'll be able to correct that. It's just the start. I think we have 7 rounds, so they have opportunities to build and hopefully get some wins under their belts. As for Trinidad and Tobago, it's about continuing to build and win. And hopefully, with some of their test players coming back, this could set them up nicely going the rest of the way. But already we've had some big victories. The Guyana Happy Eagles, the
Correct.
Leeward Islands, the
Yes.
Jamaica Scorpions, and now Trinidad and Tobago starting their campaigns with victories, and big victories too, I might add, all around. So that is the situation here. On behalf of Ronnie and the entire team, Jason and the technical staff, we want to thank you for being with us, and we look forward to you being a part of our coverage as we continue with our coverage of the West Indies Championships 2025 up and down the Caribbean, right here on 360 TV. And I think it goes without saying that the man of the match is Pierre. He just was presented with well, he was given the ball. And I don't think they could have gotten the ball from him. I'm surprised they even got the ball out of his hand. And so congratulations to him and to Trinidad and Tobago. And so this is where we're going to have to leave you folks. Thanks so much to the West Indies Cricket Board. Stay with West Indies Cricket and follow the action there up and down the Caribbean. And we will be a part of it. We look forward to your company. Round 2 is next week.